Yo, 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 yo. Well, today I guess we're trying to do the last step for making wave 1 kind of balanced. I noticed a slight issue with our enemy health scaling. We scaled the enemy health and the total health in a wave quite parallel, like a factor of 1.2 every wave, which means the number of enemies never goes up, and that didn't feel too good. So what I'm gonna do is go to our enemy health script, and I'm gonna remove the health per wave scaling, I believe. Now, that one is actually tied to the health manager of the enemy. So what we're gonna need is the basic. I mean, like the base health of these guys. So I guess we do it base enemy health, enemy base health. We send the enemy type, enums enemy type. We return a float. Very similar to this one though, so we can just do like this. So, and then we simply remove the multiplier for these ones. And on our enemy health script, where we get enemy health, we get enemy base health instead. Now that should be a little better. Let's put our wave timer down and just see that it works properly. It's kinda hard to tell. To be honest. These pyramid things are quite a lot of help, like a 1k. I'm still not impressed by the amount of enemies that spawn. And I think I know why. I believe the enemy spawner as well needs to update the health. Right here. Okay, let's have a look now. If they spawn a bit more after a while. Yeah, that was a lot, I think. Hmm. So each wave is in fact only like 200-ish, 240-ish extra health. So it's normal, it takes a while before it really takes off, I guess. With the current scaling method. Now it spawned 3 pyramids in one wave, and that's more than enough evidence. That's like 3000 health right there. So it is scaling properly now. It's spawning more and more stuff. Of course, now we can tweak these numbers, how much they grow every wave and stuff by experimenting, playtesting. Let's take a look here. It's a new day. What are we today? Thursday. How's my work looking this week? 25 hours, okay. Let me put some wood in the oven. We have to ask ourselves what contributes to the economy. We have iron and gold spawn rate. Size of clusters, frequency of spawns. This is an obvious one, of course. Starting mining speed. Or starting equipment. Mining speed. Thinking about the mining speed, I wonder to make things a little easier. Would it be good to only give mining power and not speed, I wonder? What I'm gonna do is upgrade it a lot, and I'm gonna see at the lower levels. Get some speed here. Now look at the lower levels, how it feels now. Oh, maybe I upgraded too much. The thing with getting speed though is that if we don't have speed, we're really not gonna get any faster mining on the lower levels at a certain point once we one-shot the blocks, you know. But the drill at least is very fast already. How did the animations look down here? Go a little deeper. Till the mining doesn't one-shot everything anymore. Yeah, okay, so this still looks okay. So this is the drill, of course. Then we have the jetpack, that's gonna matter. And here we have the speed, carry weight. We do have the mining explosive, but I'm not sure. It should maybe be an unlock. So the mining explosive here. Level upgrade. Current upgrade level. Let's say 0. And then on the player. Mining explosive. upgrade. Activate mining explosive. Damage range and cooldown. Timer and cooldown here. When mining explosive is both at level 1, we should set the cooldown timer to the cooldown immediately so it's ready, right? It's a server that tracks the cooldown, so only the server needs to do that. So the actual update of the mining explosive happens in equipment here. Cooldown should maybe be like once a wave or something. 90 seconds, yes. So this just sets the stats of the mining explosive. On equipment upgraded. I'm just thinking where we should have the setup for having the mining explosive active or not. We could listen for this signal in the same way. Match equipment type, mining explosive. Or we could have it as a Boolean on the mining explosive class. Let's do it here. Then we have a lot of control to do other stuff as well. Wrong script. So here we're gonna have two base rules basically. If value, I guess we should also do an upgrade type equals see how we did it here. Grid type is mining explosive upgrade type level. Okay. If level is 0, process. And also if level is equal to 1, yeah, like that. So the first time we buy it, I hope the cooldown will be instantly ready. before we buy it. I don't want it to be usable though. It doesn't seem to be. That's maybe because process never runs. So explosive is never set ready. Which is what I want. Next, I would like the node, the UI node to not show. Okay, so we have references, icons, and a mining explosive bar here. So this could be controlled from the mining explosive equipment on the player as well. Or this could listen to the signal. This script might get cluttered if we get many cooldown icons and everything happens here. Let's try it from the mining explosive. Up here. Guess we could do a cooldown icon reference up here. It's a progress bar, right? Texture progress bar. Okay, let's look now. We can't see the icon top left. When we click this, there it is. We use it. Something wrong with the timer. cooldown equals cooldown timer. A bit of other way around, I guess. Okay. There we go. Now the timer goes. Every level of this explosive now is gonna be like very substantial. Level 1 will look like this, which is already big, you know? It doesn't quite break the iron here. But the next level, you can just restart here. It's already like 9 blocks big. A very, very large explosion. Did it really not hit? It could be that it hit. It spawned up here, yeah. Okay, good. And write down. Mining explosive is now an unlock. On the mining explosive shop, though. The mining explosive upgrade type. You have the unlock text. Or unlock override text. Wait a moment. Here we set explosive upgrade text. So for level, we can say that's only part of the text. How does the text look? Mining explosive level, and then the cost. Here. Yeah. see current upgrade value. I want to see the current value. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so now it says unlock and cost at level 0, hopefully. Unlock mining explosive cost 3. Yeah. So over here we have the weapon upgrades. They have a similar problem. With the text. If it's an upgrade type level and it's level 0, unlock weapon plus /n cost plus string cost. Is that how I did it? Yes. Okay. Wait, does these guys have very low health right now? Yes, they do. Sturdy enemies. Let me see. Sturdy enemy. Armored. Good. There we go. I guess the boss we have to fix the health of in a similar way though. Oh, we'll deal with that when we get there. Either we have to make a boss enemy in the enemy health scaling, or we have to just say that if it's a boss, then we don't apply normal enemy health scaling. We instead use like different boss scaling. So what else contributes to economy? Obviously, like player knowledge or strategy can impact it a little. But this is the most important. How many resources is available and how fast the drill and everything is in the beginning. Hmm. I wonder if I can make a print out of yeah, that should be doable. Like print the chunks, exactly how much iron gold spawns in the chunks. It does also matter how much air there is. The more air there is, the less the player has to mine to get to the resources. You know what I'm saying? the chunk managers that really have control over the number of blocks the easiest. Like they are generated before this, but this one really has arrays. I can just print out the size of the arrays, I guess. You have the multi-meshes. You have this. This is a dictionary. Dictionary. Pending to be removed. So it's these three, I guess. Can I check the number of instances in these and print? Probably just like instance count or something similar. If I were to guess. Now, in ready here. Print this on the server. So do I need to get the multi-meshes first? This is a multi-mesh instance, I guess. And then we do this, this, iron, this, gold. This multi-mesh. On multi-mesh. It's a multi-mesh instance, right? Can we instead do stone multi-mesh instance? Iron. Replace. ace. Now we have to be careful because this could accidentally have replaced something I didn't want to replace. This is taking a while. Let me make sure I didn't break anything first. Of course I did. Need to reset it here. Oh. Always scary to rename variables across the script. But it seems like this went fine. No complaints. So let's see the print. Oh, we didn't print yet. Here. Instances. Okay, so maybe it's too early. We do all deferred count instances. There we go. So there was 0 gold, 2 gold. So there's almost no gold. There's a lot of iron. So now that we got this tool, we can actually like tweak the numbers on the spawn script, and we can decide like what do we aim for. Do we aim for 1 gold every 10 iron? Oh. And also like another design thing is do we want iron ores in clusters or not? How it is now is like as long as they're not in big clusters, it's easier to get many of them, I guess. Like it, as long as they're not in clusters, it's easier to always find them. Clusters, it's really could be hyped to find the clusters, but it could also be like, oh my god, I have to mine all of this. I don't know. What's a good distribution? For certain, we want more gold. I do wonder how this is going to be when we add more resources, though. Like, this is gonna be like a rebalancing thing every time we add more resources, right? I guess what we could do is like say we want a certain amount of value in a chunk. We have to be a bit aware that if we're gonna keep gold the same weight as iron, it's more valuable to find gold, of course, still. Like if you find 3 iron, or if you find 1 gold and it's worth the same, then you're gonna save a lot of time by not having to mine 3 blocks, not having to carry 3 blocks. So in that sense, gold, like if you're counting like value in a chunk, then gold is bringing that value up a lot. Let me discuss a little design with ChatGPT. So when it comes to designing the economy side, one of the big factors will be how much resources are easily accessible. And of course, the scarcity of the more valuable resources. I was thinking a good way to approximate how much resources are accessible would be to give each iron, bronze, silver, gold block instance of their respective multi-meshes a value and count all the values in a chunk. I might wonder, should I give gold a higher value than its actual value? If gold is valued at 5 iron and still weighs the same, the player saves time from not mining 5 blocks, just 1 block. Also, it's a lot more efficient as to when the player has to go back. Only carry X pebbles that drop from blocks. So should gold have a higher value, such as 7? And is this value counting of chunks good metric for balancing resources available? If this proves to be pretty good metric, we can make a value number that we go for. For example, we could say we want each chunk to hold a value of 2000. And then when we generate new kind of blocks and stuff, we will just tweak the numbers until we reach about 2000. A more, how should you say it? Efficient way of spawning and balancing could be that as you approach 2000, I'm not sure, like you would evenly distribute stone, iron, gold, silver, bronze with some weights added in a chunk until you reach the value threshold. The problem then is that if you just generate it here, if you just generate it from left to right and up to down, you might reach here the value threshold, and then you would only spawn stones for the last 5 layers or something. That would be super lame. That wouldn't be possible. But maybe with a slightly different spawn system, then could be able to roll how many blocks of each type we would have, and then just like insert them at certain spots, at random spots. Let's say we want like 36 gold blocks, right? Then we just put them in random spots. That would destroy the opportunity to make noise patterns, which is kind of nice. Yeah, of course. Duh. So the chunk value, in my opinion, is pretty good. Like the see here. So add a sheet here. Imagine this is the chunk of blocks, right? So the problem, of course, is if there's a huge gold vein down here, player starts here and goes down, he's never gonna see this gold, you know? If that gold is gonna eat up all the value of the chunk, that's gonna suck. Like the player's gonna find nothing. So the way we solve that, of course, is to have the frequency or the noise map in such a way that the gold is actually quite evenly distributed. Now the player can still be unlucky and like miss this. He can go like here and then here and then here and then here. You can miss everything. But this is much better. And if all the gold is like locked down here, right? Now that I think about it, can the values actually be in the negative in the final calculation here? Check range match. Yes, it looks like I don't do much with it. Then it's -1 to 1, right? Yes. That is quite easy to see if we just put how does this work actually when there's 3 if statements like this? It returns. So the first one found counts. I guess I want the most expensive ones to overwrite. Sort most expensive to least expensive to not miss out if overlapping values. Yeah. Okay. Now if we have like the gold range like this, gold should be spawning everywhere. Yeah. Get a bit more consistent. Wanes. And also an easier time to approximate how many blocks of each type spawn, since you can just go on the middle of the bell curve on every type, and just smaller ranges for the rare materials. With multiple noise maps, I would do rolls on the highest value, block types first, and stop there if that block rolls, to avoid overvalue or common blocks overriding the most valuable ones. So, yeah. I wonder what's best. Like this, for example, the gold range here, it's completely useless. You try minus 0.3 to minus 0.2 as the only range, for example. Minus 0.2, sorry. And this should give us quite a lot. Too much, probably. See exactly here, the same as iron. So let's look at something interesting, like minus 0.01 to 0.01. This is a super small range, but I have a feeling it's going to be quite a lot. Reason why it's a lot, it's because so many values is around the 0 mark. In the noise map. Let me see. That's actually quite a nice distribution, I think. Of course, maybe it's a bit too common, the gold here, but okay, let's give it a little beta test, the different noise maps. Let's do this one as the gold noise map. Copy it 2 times. Let's do iron. Let's do air. Now air, if air is overwritten by both iron and gold, we're not gonna have any caves or anything. I'm not sure if we're actually gonna end up having caves or not, but I have a feeling if we have air, we should have that as the highest priority. air, gold, iron. Okay. Then, where do we roll? Calculate noise value. Here we calculate noise value and then we set the block based on the noise value. What we could do instead is like roll block type or calculate, I guess. Roll noise maps. Get block type. Let's hold on to these ones. Down here, let's make a get block type which returns a block type. Then we check we try rolling gold. We try rolling air, gold, iron. We could have a list of types we do have. Available core types or enums resource type to roll. I wonder if we can simply make it here. We have enums, resource type, air, enums, resource type, gold, iron. That's it for now. We could. Could have a dictionary linking the resource type to a noise map. And noise value array, I guess. The resource type array resource type dictionary. Here, and then be linked to you can have a dictionary or you can have a class. What if you have a class? It would look something like resource type noise map. We would hold resource type. We would hold noise map. We would hold ranges. And we do a constant that we create after the game begun, like in ready. I don't know. No, I guess not. We have to initialize it when we create a constant. Alright. This might be kinda smooth. Now we can make resource type noise map. Classes. Noise maps? Do you do array with a big... Yeah, you do it with a big letter. Okay. Okay, so we can delete the ranges. Oh, I have a strong feeling I should duplicate this script at this time. I might mess it up. Okay, duplicate. Bold. And on the old one, make sure to remove the class name. Kill this function. Or you know what? Instead, let's make this the new one. Because then I can control set everything here. And now we can make this one the old one. Then let's close the old one so we don't accidentally edit it. Now we're getting somewhere. Remove the ranges. Create classes. Resource type noise maps. Okay. I think I have to do this manually. All of them. we added in here, right? Yeah. So air class equals this new, and we set up air, the air class. Let's do that one first to see how it would work. Now we got the air class here. We can access noise map equals fast noise light. Oh. Seed is something. I guess frequency. Is the Perlin noise the best? But noise map type best for making ore veins? Perlin, cellular. I think maybe cellular would be interesting though. So do I want pockets or do I want veins? That's the question, right? Could basically go for a design where the veins are like this. Or I could go for a design where there's like blobs of certain type, different places. And of course, this could be different from type to type as well. I think in Dome Keeper it's very normal to have like certain areas pretty much where they can spawn, and it's the same in Minecraft. I think this is a very uncommon approach, like having like a vein that goes downwards. And I can imagine it to be a bit difficult to balance this. I'm not sure. Okay, let's take a look at the suggestion here. We have the seed. What the fuck is this? 10,000 underscore 001. World seed. I don't have a world seed though. Pass. How do I have a world seed? I don't, right? Ah. Saying Try simplex. The frequency is 0.025. The fractal FBM 3 octaves. 2 0.5. So these are very default. Domain warp. How does that work? Domain warp simplex. Put this to 20. Frequency is 0.04. Interesting. Fractal progressive. Yeah. So this is the map it is suggesting. It is a funny looking one for sure. Could try it. I think it will be especially good for air maybe. Now, how could we make this like more global function, I guess, that everyone can use? As a default, I guess we could try this on everything, but then as we would want to set up specific frequencies or something for other maps, then we would probably pass the values that we would want to tweak here. Set up noise map. Of the class instance. To return anything. We make the noise map here. So, like this. Set up noise map for the class instance. That's one part done. see, what else do we have in the class? We have the noise map. You also have the resource type and the spawn ranges. Spawn ranges. Array of vector 2's. How did the old ranges look? Like this. It's just that. Okay. With vector. Okay. We're learning. Resource type, noise map, on ranges. And then resource type, noise maps, append, class instance. So the fractal portion of the noise map. Wonder if that is the same in like Perlin. Yeah. Same for all of them, this setup here. FBM, fractal, domain warp, all of this exist on all the noise map types. The noise map set we might want to pass. Variables that we want to tweak. Just noise map type, frequency, and other. You think is good to tweak. This way we can use the same noise map generation function for all the class setups. We have the classes here. I'm gonna be right back. It's getting cold again. To put some wood in the oven, get myself a coffee, and then we can continue. Yes. Be right back. Alright, let's try to get the seed variable up here somewhere. So 0, I guess -1, we will keep as a random seed. So what ranges can a seed have? And we can clamp it in seed min range and max range. Next up is noise type. That's fine. Frequency we should have. Wonder why it's complaining though. The in, yeah. So a fast noise light, eh? Okay. The safe seed is seed min, seed max. domain fractal type. Fractal type. Okay. Main warp fractal type. It's a bit of work to set up like the I'm putting some work into the setup of the noise maps and how things spawn to like the easier it is to tweak the spawning of everything, the easier it's gonna be to balance it. With a single noise map, and you have like the bell curve issue, right? Like the noise map looks like this, across these values from -1 to 1, and like telling exactly how many values is gonna fall in this range compared to like this range. It's impossible. Like probably more values is here than they are here. But then like 0.3 to 0.4 is probably gonna have like less instances than like 0.1 to 0.105, for example. Like this is not necessarily accurate, but it's like you can't just have a range of a certain size and think that's how many is gonna spawn, you know. That's the point. It depends where on the range it is and how the noise map is generated and everything. Okay, so for the air here, to set up noise map here. Don't like that there's so many magic numbers though. What is the benefit of having all these values set in script or have the noise map generated up front? So if we have all these values in the script, gonna be easier for example, AI to help. Mm, and you can just look at the code to see what's going on instead of the noise map. And what's the benefits of having it outside and in the inspector? Well, then these values, they're not magic numbers anymore. It's easier to have like an overview. You still make these not magic numbers by declaring them up front, but there's quite a few values. It's like I think I should make a separate noise map though for each resource type. Seriously, just stop throwing errors so I can save the script. Jeez. Yes, this is better. Mhm. See, the class has a noise map value like this. Duplicate it. Then we can set the seed. Noise mapping. Mm, hmm. So we got the noise maps. For each resource type. Oh, we have to set them up in the inspector, but still. So when we set up a chunk, go down here. This is where we start calculating what kind of block should spawn. I guess we could do get block type based on world block position. Is that not vector 3 in? The vector 3, okay. Oh. This is a float here, makes sense. So then for each resource type, noise map in. I guess we get this noise X, Y, Z. Those we should keep. Noise map, noise 3D. From XYZ. And then check range match. Last instance. Spawn ranges. Together with noise value. If it's a match, we return last instance resource type. And if we don't find any matches, we return enums resource type stone. Check match in all noise maps, in all class instances. Okay, we can remove this. Check range match, we can keep. We could make a small helper for this if you want to, or we return a vector 3. I don't think so. Get block type returns enums resource type. It's one argument. World block position. Now we can remove these two. Calculate the array index. Set the block type array on that index to the block type we found. Oh, that's fine. Set the health. Okay, I think that is it. Now we just need to set up all the noise maps we want to be able to spawn. Here first. I'm just gonna try the default values here first from ChatGPT, which is like supposedly long winding tunnels for the air. So for that we want noise map, simplex smooth. Speed doesn't really matter, that's set on launch. Let's try 0.015. Okay. So fractal FBM down here. We want 3 to 0.5. And on the domain warp, we want simplex 35, 0.02. Should have progressive. Not really touching any of the octaves or anything here. Let's have suggested spawn ranges we could try as well. There we go. Now for the here we can see them in action. Like, I'm not sure what values here are 0. It's probably gray, something in between the white and black. I think is the 0 values. Okay, let's take a look at the iron. So then we can close this. There we go. We can add an element. Resource type noise map. This one we can make iron. Okay, for the spawn range, we can try 2 ranges. First one just below 0, second one just above. It's evenly spread on both sides. Noise map. Another fast noise light. See, what type should we use? Type simplex. Was it type simplex on the other one as well? No, that was simplex smooth. Okay, 0.045. Looks like that. Fractal 2 to 0.5. Main warp. Simplex 10, 0, let's see, 0.035. With progressive. Okay, and it looks like this. And then we do gold. Gold ranges should be a bit less common. So 0.032, 0.015, that is like almost 0.03. While the phone range is here. Not as close to 0, so this is interesting. Like this, is this gonna be actually a lot more common or not? We'll see. But this is a lot bigger light, 6, 9, 12. This is 2.5 the size of this in range, but not as close to 0. So I wonder if that's actually gonna end up being, this is maybe gonna end up being as common as this. I wouldn't be surprised. But then we can tweak the values, of course. So let's see, 0.028 here. Fractal 2, 2.2, and 0.45. That really doesn't change much, does it? Domain warp 6. Hmm, 0.025 and progressive. Okay. I still have a big belief in the cellular though, but we'll see if we end up using that or not. Just imagine these pockets of gold, right? Would be fun. Would be fun as well. Simplex. A simplex mood. Oh. Hmm. Wow, that was a sudden burst of fatigue. Jeez. Felt like when you're driving car when you shouldn't because you're too tired and you keep like almost falling asleep. Jeez. So now they are controlled by separate noise maps. Here take precedence over everything. So there's a lot of air, long winding tunnels. It is, yeah. If we got it like this, I wonder like how quickly is someone gonna get like stuck? Like how are you gonna find your way back in this? It's a real issue, you know? Ah, is there a bug when I'm driving on the roof level here, actually? Interesting. Yeah, like this, now I'm completely lost, right? There's no way I'm gonna find my way back. These long winding tunnels, they are really dangerous. Not sure how I would fix it. I could probably do something like leave a trail behind when you drive around. Yeah, I don't know. How was the distribution of iron and gold down here? Let's take a look. Here there's a lot more iron for sure. Let's blow it up properly to see. One in the walls as well. Okay, so we can see. Like I said though, like look at the amount of gold versus the amount of iron. I don't think there's 2 times as much iron. We can see it in the prints. There's 5 times as much iron actually. More than I thought. Just the clusters are bigger. I wonder if I could actually make value scaler here, which is like reducing the ranges of everything. Let's say, for example, we have a value scaler that is set to 1 right now. We set it to 0.5, and what we do is we take this range and we shrink it down to like 0.10 to 0.8, something like that, as we shrink the range. 0.8 to 0.10 on this side. That could be really interesting. So basically we would just get, like if this is the range, the gold can spawn in. Then we just do like, get the min and max. and then go 0.25 of the range on both sides. This is the new values for min and max. Could be an interesting concept. I think tunnels are pretty cool, but they're pretty hard to navigate. Let's just push it in another extreme direction and actually put the air fast noise light to a pretty low value. And just see how would it be to play with this, you know? So I believe the tunnels are gonna expand quite a bit. That's the thing here. Now, with this, it's not really gonna be so much look like mining and discovering. It's just gonna be flying around and looking for the most valuable resources. Again, I immediately get lost. It's a real problem in this game. But it's less of a problem if we have very little air. That's for sure. But like with a super high frequency of air, like it's just gonna be small air pockets. It's probably better. So if we have, what is the benefits and drawbacks of having very common iron and gold, right? If we have very common iron and gold, that means the consistency between runs are gonna be it is gonna be very consistent. You're always gonna quickly get your first upgrade. You can start like mining faster, getting more loot. Of course, we would have to make the upgrades more expensive this way because you get loot faster. So this way, I think you're gonna have less like hype moments, like very RNG beginnings. But the gameplay is definitely gonna be a bit more consistent. So do we want consistency like that, or do we want or do we want like more hype moments? Like if gold is a bit more rare, it would be much more hype to find it in the beginning. Like gold, I feel like it's maybe in a good spot actually. You don't find much of it. Iron is a bit too common, I think. It depends. It always depends. Like, how much is it gonna be worth? How much are you gonna need? When figuring out like what's the right balance, I think a lot of the time it helps to like draw extremes. So an extreme here, for example, could be there really no spawn from that? Didn't I hit the... Oh, I didn't kill anything, I see. Yeah, like I was saying, if you draw like the extremes, that often helps with finding the right balance. For example, if we have like every 100 blocks you have one iron block, right? That is an extreme, because then in a 10 by 10 spot you will find a single iron, right? Then what's gonna happen? All that iron is gonna be very valuable. If you're gonna afford upgrades, it has to be. So finding one is gonna like finding one, or even finding two, like, or finding a gold. Oh my god, that's gonna be like super awesome when you do it, right? But the more rare it is, the higher chance it is that you're gonna have like a scuffed run where you like see nothing. You don't have a chance. Like you just got destroyed by RNG basically. So that is a no-go. Currently, you are dependent on a few early resources. If you are going to get you're dependent on a few early resources if you are going to get your mining speed going. If you don't have your mining speed going after the first like 40-50 seconds, then you're gonna go further and further behind. The game has to be balanced around you actually upgrading your stuff, right? And the progression is exponential. So if this is time, and like you get resources if you like immediately find the resource, you're gonna like dig faster, find more and more, and it's gonna go like that, right? Not so steep, but you know. Now, if you don't find any resource until like here, and you only find like one, even if you find one here, and you find a third one to upgrade here, then finally your speed is gonna go up. I guess it's more like this. Once you have your resources, you get you get like faster resources per minute. So resource per minute. This graph doesn't make sense, I guess, because what I'm marking here is like a certain time, but whatever. Let's say at 1 minute, let's say at 10 seconds, you find enough resources to upgrade. Now your resources per minute is gonna go up. Probably double, to be honest. And let's say here you get enough for another upgrade. That could give you maybe a bit more than double. Again. And it doesn't matter, like some upgrade. And if you imagine the area under the graph as the amount of resources that you get, you can see this guy, he got quite a lot of resources until wave 1. Now imagine this guy, like the yellow guy, he got a bit unlucky. He didn't find any good resources until here, and then his resources went up. So this guy has this area under the graph as his resources gained. And just because he got his upgrade later, it is likely that this guy has like double his resources, and maybe double his resource gain as well. It depends. The thing is, it's not really possible for this yellow guy to catch up if this guy plays well. So an early start is early upgrade is like very powerful. And the bigger variation we have for the first upgrade, the more unbalanced it's gonna be. If the first upgrade always comes around the same time, then the game is gonna be a lot more balanced. So if we want a very balanced game, we should try to hit the upgrade approximately at the same time. If we want the game to be like super RNG and you can have like a god run, then we want it to be a bit more variation for the first upgrade. What we want is probably somewhere in between. Like, you should always be able to get your first upgrade in a decent amount of time. You should always be able to afford 1 to 2 weapons before the first wave. Preferably 2, almost always 2. But that doesn't mean that you can get you can still get extremely lucky, find like 2 gold on the top layer and like blast off. Have like the most insane start, right? Now I wonder, can we try to make let's try to make it a bit more like clusters of ore. Let's try a cellular approach. Let's see. I wanted to know if what spots we see here. What color is around 0? Let's try. Just gonna increase this to non-achievable. Let's do minus 0.2 all the way down to -1. Let's take a look at how that looks. I wish it would color. I could maybe make a script that does that. Color in, like what it's actually gonna hit. Let me get some jetpack speed here. Jetpack. Here. Okay, so we didn't spot any iron. So basically no iron at these values. Unless I have to flip it. I guess I have to flip it. And now everything is iron. The gold should override the iron though, I think. Yes, down there you can see some gold. And the air should override it, I guess. You see everything here is iron. Very surprising though, because that kind of indicates that everything here is in the negative range, no? here we see like no iron. So the range doesn't go this deep. Here we see some iron, okay. Let's have a look. Very little iron. Very, very little iron. Could be that. I don't know. Let's do 0.3. Still very little iron. Jeez, how is this possible? And here almost everything is iron. That's crazy. That just kind of tells me that this noise map is just values, at least from my calculations down there. Values always end up between 0.2 and 0.3. Let's do 0.3 to 0.25, for example. Mining explosive, jetpack, in the hole, blow it up. Guess we could print the noise map values of each noise map as it's being generated. And I wonder, did I break this iron somehow? Influx 10 or what? There. There we go, maybe. Save it first. Okay, now it's back. What if we remove the negative ranges here? There's still some iron. Here we found like a bunch of it. Bunch of gold as well. Oh my. Jackpot. Hmm. Ah, here's a good example of. Let's imagine I didn't see this one. So we currently have no ores in the beginning, and we're like, ah. And then we see like, oh, it's gold over there. Okay. Let's imagine we didn't find this gold. Keep looking like, oh no, I'm so unlucky. I'm gonna get wrecked. Shoot, 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 shoot. This room. Oh, there's gold. Whoa. More gold. Now gold is rarer than iron, I guess. No, it's actually gold is not common still. It's just little iron here in the beginning, I guess. Boom, jackpot. I could make it so the top layer of the top layer is always stone, to be honest. In the very first block. Could be interesting. Should we create some more block types maybe? Like silver and bronze at least? Or I mean silverium and bronzium. Correct. Yeah. So the IDs that I have are basically with noise maps and their ranges, spawn ranges. What should I call this section? Value tweaking. And value, chunk value. Assign a value for each block type. Iron 1, gold 5, even if gold worth 5, fact you have to mine fewer blocks and drag less pebbles, increases the value. Right? And then for each chunk, count all iron and gold multiplied by their values as the chunk value. That's something we can do. And then value tweaking with the spawn ranges exposed in the classes. What are they called? Resource type noise map. We can lower the ranges dynamically using exports like gold range multiplier, which increases or decreases the range, giving a tool that can quickly alter the chunk value while testing. Chunk value as well as ore type distribution. So I think those two things are good to add. And once we did that, we can also do like add bronzium and silverium. Bronze and silver. Or types. Resource types. So this of course includes they need resource type or map in chunk creator. Their own mesh instance in what is that called? Mesh material holder. Mining block material holder. Shader, I guess. This of course require a texture, normal map, roughness. Or is it only texture maybe? It's cracks, map cracks normal. And it's roughness of the texture and texture. Back map. They need their pebbles as well. Blech. Specific values and weight. I guess values. I'll just tweak the values and keep the weight at 1 for everything. Probably. Reuse material for the ore. For the block. Once they have their own look, their own material, like their own material and their pebbles on resource type noise map, enum's resource type. Let's see, now we're getting somewhere. Now they need to be multi-mesh instances in chunk mining blocks. Chunk mining block. And I'm not sure, those are probably referenced a lot. Chunk mining blocks. For example, just this one, right? 3 matches. That's like this thing is added 3 places, right? And the multi-mesh is probably used a lot. This one used 10 places, right? That means all of these places I need to add a variant for the new block types. So it's quite a lot of work to add a couple of block types, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's a good time for a proper lunch break. I'll be back a bit later. Lunch break. Thanks for watching so far. And now I'll be back in 45 minutes maybe? 30 minutes? 45? We'll see. Yo, 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 yo. Let's do the home stretch. Another 3 or 4 hours and we are Gucci. Mm -hmm. I think adding bronze and silver is a pretty high value, so I'm gonna do it, even though adding bronze and silver is, to some extent, quite a lot of work. Question is, should we, at least for now, just reuse some of these and recolor them or something? Let's say, for example, the iron, right? Texture iron. Imagine we like change the color of this. Go. Game asset. Kenny. Nah. Name. Theater. Nah. Texture. Holy Haven. Go textures. Let's search silver. Search here. Silver oak. Huh. That's what I'm after. So we have like metal. What about ore? Ore or like okay, so here is something. Blue plaster. Important thing is the look, right? We can change the color. Silver vein. What about this? What about gravel? In Minecraft, you just have different colors on the block like this. That's not really gonna fit my game, is it? This could maybe honestly be a better goal than the one I have. Get it? Hmm. How would we make a silver one though? Low saturation yellow maybe? Something like this could be silver, I guess. Oof. Metal outdoor? Ah, rock potential. Stone tile. Hmm. This one maybe could be used to silver. I don't know. This could be used as silver as well. It just looks so crumbly. This could maybe be used as bronze. Hard to tell though. This I think could be silver maybe. Let's try them out. Wait, rocks ground? That was maybe the silver one. Cliffside. Bronze. Now these are probably not immediately accessible. Seems like only the normal is gone there, so fine. Material holder. Go here. Stone shader. Gold. Okay. We add bronze and silver. Okay. So we want shader material, basically block material shader, block. Block material shader. This looks good. And we put one here as well. Now we do the textures for bronze. Rough. Other bronze rough doesn't work. So this is very weird. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But what you have to do if it doesn't work immediately is you go to the rough here. You open it in GIMP or something. It's basically doing nothing, it looks like though. Anyways, you export it. And then you say rough exported. And then you can delete the previous import or re-import. But anyways, you see rough exported, that one works. Fine. Very weird. Cliffside diff. Okay. And then cracks, we can do those after, because those are the both for same of them. Those are the same for the both of them. Okay, silver, parameters, rough, and also diff. Then we do the cracks. We have a normal. And then we have the map. The roughness texture, I don't think that's supposed to be the cracks rough. But let me double check. Log material. The rough here. No, it doesn't look like it, because it doesn't use the crack mask or anything like that. Okay. We got our silver things here. Now we go to our enums, resource type. Open that up. And we add like silver, bronze. Okay. Next, we go back to the material holder. Here. The bronze shader and silver shader. Those are the two new ones. Get base material. We match the enum. Bronze, silver. And then we use the bronze shader and silver shader. Okay. And next, chunk mining blocks. Here there's different multi-meshes. Multi-mesh. We need 2 of it. One is bronze. Second one is silver. So arrange them like this. Now we add multi-mesh, and I think we just use an empty block or nothing. Yeah, nothing. So all the setup is in here. Var. Dum 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 dum. Okay. Oh, there's many places in the script where we probably want to add these two. That is not necessarily human task, I think. Let's see if we can get the GPT to do this for us. So we have here scenes of the spawners. Chunk mining blocks. Is it bugged? There we go. Meanwhile, we're also gonna need to fix the pebbles. Block pebble. It's probably in the setup here somewhere. Based on R type or something. From type. Here we get the material, so that's okay already. These ones we need to add. I should use the same order as the other scripts, I think. Consistency is good. Bronze and silver, so then we have like bronze weight plus this, silver weight plus this. Okay, that's the weight and the value. Bronze, silver. Bronze value, silver value. Mode scaling, that's the same for all. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Then we go and add our bronze weight, silver weight, and value up here. No. Oops. Bronze weight, silver weight. Interesting choice that I put exports on 2 of them and 2 of them I didn't export. All of this pull speed and like all of this set max pull speed. Don't think they should be exports, to be honest. Velocity dampeners may be something that should be an export, for example. Velocity dampening modifier or multiplier. Yeah, you see that one is not changed anywhere, so that should be an export. But there are things here that shouldn't be an export. For sure. Could clean that up as well. Now these values. Apply value. See, we use it here. If we never change them, right? No, so these could technically be exports. But this should, like the value part, should probably have been its own subnode, actually. Choices. Bronze, silver, gold. Then we take away the default. This way we are forced to set it in the inspector. 1, 3, 5, 10. Okay. Maybe that's a bit much. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, something like that. Maybe that's better. I think that's it for the pebble. Let's see if ChatGPT was able to do this. Okay, so we got the dictionaries. I'm in the count and the checks. Unique resources, yes. Okay, it looks like it might be correct. I think it was like 10 or 11 spots it needed to change it. So it's 1332. It's a global script class. Okay, so the bronze and silver added is making it complain. How can we do this? Okay, here. This is the old one. Let's save this. Rename old. 1, 2, 3. Fire script. That's fine. Okay. This is the new one. Mining block mesh. Just a box mesh? I think. Nice. Okay. Node, block spawner. Right, so then we go to block spawner here. Bronze, silver. Here. We might have to do it in the world scene though. Stone, iron, bronze. Okay, so how healthy should these guys be? 8, 10, 12? Something like that? Maybe increments of 3 is better. Gold is gonna be really tough though. But still, mining 1 gold is equivalent of mining 5 iron, so it's completely fair though. Could also have them have the same health, of course. All right. So, creator. Iron, gold. Oh, this reminds me, I should reorder this a little. Can I do that? Iron, gold. Okay, good. Okay. So iron at the bottom. Gold, air. Okay, and then we go silver. It's not the enums is not updated yet. If it doesn't update now, I might have to restart. Quick. Okay, so we're working on chunk creator, block spawner chunk creator. Okay, we had air. Oh no, what did we do here? Minus 0.05. This sounds like air. Let's look at the noise map. Yeah, this one was the air. Air, gold, silver, bronze. Iron. Okay. That's so when I add something on the top of the enum, it's gonna shift all of these ones since they're set on the integer. That's annoying. Maybe I should make them in code then. The only difference is that I can't view the noise map. But I can always just have a noise map to view if there's one I have trouble with configuring. Yeah. It's... Noise map for resource type. If I do the tunnels, players get lost, that's the problem. Hmm. research type noise map. Bronze instance 0. Maybe because silver had the same values. Huh. Okay, so silver doesn't get its health properly. Silver base health 12. Mining block spawner, silver base health. Mining block spawner is the block spawner references this. these are worth 3, this should be 6, should be 105. Correct. This one increased to value 5, I think. Yes. But why isn't the silver value being applied? Or the health, I mean. Silver base health plus silver base health times. This should be just base health then at depth level 0. Apply damage. So do the block array index. Block health array, yeah. Block health array sent. Right. So it's a chunk setup thing maybe. That would probably happen in the creator. First step. Health. Block base health. Here we go. We need silver and bronze here. Silver. Okay, let's try again now. Also, we could do the bronze. Well, a nice map. Production here is maybe done. Look at it in GD script. We give this, return nothing, because the array will bring it, I think. Air, gold, silver, bronze, iron. That's the correct order. So create air. Okay, so again, a lot of magical numbers here. Um, so the seed needs to change a little. Mm, see if we got the health working. Nine for this one, and this one is 12, I think. Okay. And then looking at the money, it's 2 for the bronze one and 3 for the silver one. Yeah. Yep. Good. The bronze is maybe the one that looks the weirdest. It looks like wood. Okay, so how am I gonna make the middle visible? Like I could have like a light or something here, like some kind of visual indicator. I don't know. Lights on the edges, maybe. Would be kind of cool that, like, it's nice here when you don't really see the shield very well, and you have like the pretty sky. But maybe if the enemies are hitting the shield, then the shield becomes more opaque again. That would be an option. Absolutely an option. See if we can get more descriptive variable names here. So we should use this noise map setup here. Noise map setup node, like a noise map for resource type. We can do that in ready. I think create is the main one. It's populate. And then we just give it this. We might actually even not have to. We can do it like this, I think. And this is the most readable, I think. Okay. Populate default function type multi base nil. Okay. Okay, and now let's try to not use this horizontal and vertical multipliers. Vertical 1. These tunnels is everywhere. It would be cool to meet a tunnel like this from time to time, but it's everywhere. Like, what if I just blow up the beginning here? Like, how many tunnels are we gonna see? Mm. Let's go a little bit down. A little bit sideways. Just like this. Yeah, let's try and look at the tunnels, how they actually behave. There's one here. This is not really a tunnel. Here's one. Once you first get to one, it's very, very large. And players will definitely get stuck in them. Did I always fit in a corridor like this? I thought I was too tall to go in a single line, but apparently not. I think that's fine though. I think mining 2 blocks when going forward is annoying. Okay. So while these large tunnels is cool, it is like, can't do that. A lot of silver, like this one was kinda okay to see. It's bronze, right? This is gold, easy to see. Silver, yeah, that was the easiest one, I think. What about green silver? Is that easy to see? Yeah, definitely easy. Had bronze and silver. We did that. Yeah, what now? Hmm. So the chunk value calculation, I guess we can get started at. We'll count the value in each chunk we spawn. Chunk, mining block. Count. Here. Go chunk value. So you can print this, that's fine. Um, iron, bronze, silver, gold. Hmm. Chunk value, iron multiplier. Yeah. So D5. Now this is not an exact science exactly, but it's a estimation of how valuable the different ones are. To be honest, I think silver is more worth. 1 silver is worth 5 iron, maybe. Yeah, for sure. And then this is worth that, and this is worth 7 or 8. 5. Thing is, if you have like 2 silvers, you have more than the gold. 2 bronze is less than a gold though, and you have to carry 2 of them. So imagine like a silver and a bronze You get both of those. You get both of those, and still you have the same value as gold. So this one should actually be even higher, I think. But let's keep it at 8. So then we have these multipliers here. We can go down here, multiply by this. And then we can print total chunk value. Okay. Debug. Okay, let's see. So total chunk value 4.8. First of all, it's interesting to see if the total chunk value is somewhat consistent. So let's have a look at them. How big of a range difference is there? The smallest one is 3.6 so far. Highest one, 5, 6. 3, 6, 5, 6. 50% difference. That's RNG I can live with though. Like 50% difference in value. Between the highest value one out of like 20 and the lowest. These air pockets got to go though. They're so big. Cool or not, they have to. Yo. Gurren Lagann drill into space. Yeah, I was thinking about Gurren Lagann in this game. Drill even further beyond or something. That's what they're saying. Drill above the sky or something? I don't know. What's up, man? How are you doing?
Yeah, something like that. Same old, happy face.
Nice. You're feeling good. We might be looking at the playtest for like at least 5 minutes. 5 balanced minutes soon. You get like a feel of the game. I'll send you an invite on Discord if I get the build up. I added these silver balls and bronze balls. Yeah, sure. So basically, I added the silver and the bronze today, and now I just got to tweak the amount of resources that spawn. That is why I did this. I calculated like the approximate value in an entire chunk of 20 by 20, and then it's gonna be easier to like tweak the numbers of silver spawning, gold spawning, and iron spawning and stuff, and aim for a certain chunk value. Once I figure out what I want that to be, then I can balance the costs of all the upgrades based on how much I'm able to mine, basically. And then I'm ready for playtest, I think. But only for like, it's only balanced for like 5 minutes, like I said. Boom. Have you been playing anything new lately? Or is it Warhammer that you've been playing with? Or
Wow, I really should start painting my new army for the league.
are you both playing World of Warcraft? Yeah, there's a new expansion, right?
But Akalai will come out on Tusco and Crimson Desert is also coming out today.
Ah. 2xKO sounds like a fighting thing. It's League of Legends fighting, cool. Is it like Smash or is it like Tekken? Like what does it remind you the most of? Looks maybe more like Tekken than Smash.
EUM Street Fighter?
Street Fighter, yeah, makes sense. And that's fun.
It's a tag fighter.
Can you play multiplayer then?
Yeah, you can duo queue.
Nice. And Crimson Desert, what is that? Video game.
If you can
Crimson
communicate
Desert.
best.
Let's see.
Black Desert.
It's Black Desert, that's MMO, right?
It's that world but RPG.
Nice.
Single player, etc.
Ah, it's single player.
It looks amazing.
Nice. Short videos. Crimson Desert.
You can ride dragons, pilot mechs. Anything you can think of.
But this game has mechs? Okay, golems, that makes more sense. I was just looking at the medieval style and I was thinking like, what? Is there mechs in here? Dragons. Ooh. Oh, that is a real mech though, I must say.
The details in this game is just amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It can almost compete with my game, I think, but not. It's not quite. It's not quite there though.
Yet has a long way to go.
The
You
game.
also have multiple characters.
I
The desert looks sick, but not sure if I'll play with the $70 price tag.
yeah, it is expensive then. It kind of looks like a game that tried to do too much, but somehow it seems like it made it work.
At Legendary Ninetales, I don't often say this, but it looks worth it.
Yeah.
90 hours story play.
Well, if you pay $1 for every hour you play, I guess as long as the content is good, worth, right?
Even after story, you discover new stuff.
Has to be good though for that price, of course. Hello, by the way, Legendary Ninetales. Welcome. I think Keitaro is a fellow anime lover. I'm guessing you are as well because of your name.
Gotta wait a bit myself to see what the fuss is about.
I would check if you're interested in the game. I would just check out a few streams before they get too far in the story, so that you can like get a good image of the game without getting too many spoilers. If that's the kind of game it is, I don't know if there are any spoilers there.
Yup, laughing face. Yet I want it, don't get me wrong, just broke as heck.
Yeah, then you gotta consider carefully. You're broke.
Oh, I feel yak, same XD.
Okay, so we got some kind of chunk value calculation. Now we can try to add some kind of value tweaking. Actually, I think it would be good to see how much each resource type contributes to the chunk value. I do have some information about it though. Let's see, chunk count instances. Okay. I do have the count of each type. Like that. And this is an important metric as well, because the total number of blocks, that is like special blocks that I can mine, that basically tells me how many special blocks do I need in a chunk to have the player frequently find one of these special blocks, so that it doesn't feel too RNG to get something good. So currently it's about 1200. I'll just print out the total, it's easier. Count, count, count. Here. Total special block count. Okay, so it's like 1000 to 1200 at the moment. Now there's a lot of air pockets though. Nice for discovering like exactly how far in between they are. It looks kinda doable to find blocks quite frequently as it is now. The question is it too frequent or does it need to be more frequent? That depends. Let's close up the air pockets and see how it feels. So at the air here, let's go and just remove almost all of it. Immediately see we find tons of resources. Probably too many, right? But it is important to realize how many resources we spot on the top here. Because when we dig straight down, we're gonna spot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, right? Every time we dig. And on top here, we can probably see about 20. Okay, so it is. Looking at the top here, we can imagine we have to dig 5 blocks to discover that many. So we can look at the top and we can imagine like this is what we are expected to find when we dig 5 blocks. That's a lot of stuff, a lot. So maybe we can try lowering it now. But these spawn ranges, I don't want to tweak each of them every time, right? Like one by one like this. So what I want to do, I don't know if I wrote it down here. Yeah, we can lower the ranges dynamically using exports like gold range multiplier. So basically, again, like if we have this range, gold can spawn, right? Inside here. What we can do is like, if we want to make this half sized, we just do 0.25, like half of a half, in on both sides. And this is the new gold range. This is something we can do dynamically, right? After the noise maps and everything has been calculated. That way we don't have to like keep editing the vectors one by one. We just change multiplier for each type. I was actually thinking about whether I should use a mech as well in my game, because adding a lot of weapons to this dude, like especially if I add more weapons to the game, might feel a little silly, you know, like all of these floating weapons or whatever, how I want to do it. But imagine while you're digging, you're using your tools and your little character, right? And you're gathering resources. But when it's combat time, you go on top, you go into your freaking mech, which has like tons of weapon on it, and go like, right? Maybe that's cool. I don't know. Then the player doesn't have to deal with changing between weapons and the pickaxe and stuff either. I don't know.
About that, but maybe make it so it uses a lot of fuel.
I use fuel the mech. But what if you run out of fuel in the middle of the wave, though?
Since it's super strong.
If you say that, do you mean, are you thinking that the player can also deal damage himself then? And then you can use the mech as an alternative.
Like using coal or something. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because I was thinking if I added the mech like that, the player would basically have to go in the mech to get access to all the weapons. Like the mech is the weapon, and the player is just the miner that get the stuff. Was what I was thinking.
It's awesome to pilot it. Laughing face.
Yeah, maybe it's fun to have a mech. I don't know. Maybe I should do that. I think I added it to my brainstorming list. Not sure. Step into mech to fight waves. Yeah. And I was like playing around with the idea as well that you could eventually upgrade the mech to superpower your mining as well, you know, like mid game, late game, you actually start using the mech for everything. In the beginning, you just dig yourself. There are definitively some potential with the mech. I wonder if I'm gonna re-implement some of these buildings I made eventually. Like they're buildings that are they gather material by drilling by over time, you know. That's the idea anyways. Like you buy upgrades for the building gets passive income for you. And then possibly some turrets as well, you know, that can shoot. There are several alternatives I still haven't explored when it comes to both wave defense and economy here. This was like my early ideas, right? In the beginning, I was thinking it would actually be a tower defense, and you could pilot some of the towers, and it just evolved. It just evolved to this guy flying around and shooting stuff instead. I think it would be a little more hype to find gold if it wasn't so tough, actually. But as soon as you get like a couple of drill upgrades, it's not going to be that tough anymore. Yeah, it's fine. It's good to have something which make you feel like the drill upgrades is actually doing something. If everything died as fast as these blocks, then it would feel like the drill upgrades did very little eventually. Mm. It's nice weather these days. It's becoming spring again in Norway eventually. I guess another month. And the snow is gonna be pretty much gone. Maybe 2 months for the snow to be all gone, but it's already starting to get like bare spots on the ground. Have you been thinking about going back to Norway sometime, Kitaro? Coming visit? You're always welcome here, at least.
Yeah, but money XD.
Yeah, it does cost money. Not that bad with a plane, though. Plane is a lot cheaper than... Is it cheaper than car? Maybe. But car is such a hassle. If you take a plane, I can pick you up at the airport. But then, yeah, then of course, if you want to visit a lot of people, you could borrow my car, I guess.
I lost 60% of my income XD.
Yeah, I see. Do you only keep 40%?
So have to be very careful.
True, true. I think... I'm not sure. It depends on the situation, I guess. But in Norway, I think it's likely that you would keep a bit more for a while at least. Like 70% maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thought so as well, but first month is 100%.
Ah, okay, so you have 100% 1 month. Well, make sure you check.
5 months already.
I see, I see. Well, make sure you check out your options with the government, though, right? There might be some benefits that you're entitled to, that, but you have to like apply for it.
Just wanna go back to work TBH XD.
Yep. It's gonna get like boring and lonely eventually. Top of like not feeling great, yeah. I think what a lot of people do is like go back to work not full time right away. If they've been gone from work a little bit, then it's always good to come back part time for a bit before you go all in again.
Yeah, that was the plan, if I can get rid of the exhaustion.
Yeah. But it's also something about I'm sure you read about it and you like informed yourself, but just from what I remember, if the exhaustion doesn't completely go away before you go back to work, then it can come back very fast.
Yeah, I know, it's a side effect of meds. Gotta keep TI up for 2 weeks, then we can see what the next step is.
A little visit from my sister and her kids. I'll say hi to Vishni from you. I think she's in bed right now, so. But we will go up and eat dinner soon, then I'll make sure to say hi from you. So spawn ranges. That's an array of vector 2s. So we can do 4 array, no, 4 vector in class instance spawn ranges. Now we have to pull the minimum up and the top down. I guess we first need like the range. So I guess first we get the range like this, and then depending on the multiplier, right? If we have like multiplied by 0.8, that means we want to go 10 in from each side, 0.1 in from each side. So I think it means in total we do 1 minus multiplier over 2. That's like the adjustment, I think. So 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2, divided by 2 is 0.1. Then we add it here and the subtract it there. First the range. So the bottom one is, I think the vector 2 is like vector x. I think it's like xy. Vector x. I will probably get an error if I do exactly vector 2. And then if I try to access set, Yeah, then it gives error. And if x is y, it's fine. Okay, so it's x and y. Range size. Float is vector x, and y is always the largest one, so it's going to be vector y minus vector x. We could have like safety here that we print a warning if x is bigger than y, but let's just hope we don't set it up wrong. Or should I do a warning? Vector x is bigger or equal to vector y. Warning. I guess it's in in multiply spawn ranges for class instance class. I guess resource type. We can actually print the key name, enums resource type, keys, like that, with the resource type inside. Not quite the correct syntax. Let's see. Keys. Like that. Okay. So now we got the range here. And what did I say? We had to do 1 minus multi divided by 2. We should do the range multiplier as a part of the class, though. Noise map generator. Here. Range multiplier. And then in the noise map generation here, add these multipliers. Adjust spawn ranges by multiplier.
What have you been playing lately?
Mostly Slate Aspire 2 and RimWorld. And get your head out of the gutter, it's not that kind of game, Robbie. RimWorld. Could be a very different game if it was 18 plus.
I play RimWorld 69 myself. Laughing face.
Okay, spawn ranges. It's the array of vector 2s. If I remember correctly, if we change an array when we send it to a function, it gets changed outside the function as well. Hopefully that is correct. I'll check with ChatGPT after this. Trade bronze, blah blah blah. Spawn ranges, and we also need to send the spawn multiplier loads. Ah, yeah. For spawn range, vector 2 in spawn ranges, right? Huh. Okay. This is true if spawn multiplier is less than 1 at least. But it's not true if it's more than 1, right? How is it if it's more than 1?
Redeemed hydrate for all the points. Crease 9 tech.
Redeemed hydrate. Oh. Okay. Real life Bear Grylls. Hmm.
Silly Twitch giving me crazy delay of 56 seconds.
56
Much
seconds.
better.
Jeez. Hmm.
added some more animations to my game, and got the main menu to start being loaded in the background for slightly faster transition if the player skips the tech and studio screen.
More animations, cool. Ah, preloading, smart. Pretty cool, man. Someday I will do animations as well. But not today. If the spawn multiplier is more than 1, let's draw it out here, right? Let's finish the -1 actually. Bottom side should be increased.
Yeah, using a background thread to start loading and is how I handle scene changes in general. By the time my screen fades out, the scene is loaded, so the only delay is however long it takes Godot to instantiate it.
Background thread to start loading. Ah. I should probably pre-calculate my block spawning. Like when my blocks spawn, they do everything. They calculate like they calculate the entire chunk and make all the multi-mesh and spawns in, like everything is done in one frame. There's no preloading. Not very effective. Can make some lag spikes by doing that, especially when spawning like 8 at a time.
Resource loader class and call load_threaded_request. Scene. Instantiating has to happen on the main thread, unfortunately, LOL.
Load threaded request scene. And then you instantiate it. Huh. It is cool that you can do that.
And to get it, you would use load_threaded_get. Scene.
Okay. So it lies in... It just lies ready in memory, I guess, and then you just instantiate it or something. I should probably learn that sometime. Spawn... If spawn multiplier is larger than 1. If we want to expand by X, how would we do that?
This is how you do loading screens, because you can get the progress of the load if you wanted to, say, show a loading bar or display a percentage.
X plus... This is like Y. Then we plus it by X multiplied by the multi. So 1.2, we would go is 1.2. No, that would be too much if we do it on both sides. It would have to be x times multi divided by 2, I guess. Spawn range size. Spawn range size multiplied by But is that what I do here as well, or no? If the spawn range multi is 0.8, then I want to move them 0.1. If I use this, it would be 0.4, which would be wrong. So, yeah, I have to do it like that. And here it's going to change a little, and if I'm going to increase the ranges, I have to flip the symbols, right? Flip the signs. Let's see, what did we need to send? We needed to send spawn ranges and the spawn multiplier. Oh, I could just send the class instance, I guess. Ba, ba, ba. Why does it say that it... Is this correct to do? That you say you're going to return a resource type noise map when what you're doing here, you're changing a resource type noise map class instance in this function, and it will stay changed outside the function. No, you do return here actually. Here. Create. Okay, so you create the noise map and then you return it. Okay. Never mind. Spawn ranges and spawn multiplier. Mm. Oh. Okay. Mm. I have to set up the multiplier though, based on the type. Okay, on range multi. Trons.
Japity be doing a lot of thinking there lol.
Yeah, I do. I always put it to extended thinking because I don't want some half-assed answers. When it's less than 1, I do this. That is not based on the actual range width. Oops. My bad. Adjustment amount is 1 minus 1 over. range size multiplied. Okay. Should be fine. Could also do multiply by 0.5, I guess.
No Jock Gator Dance Classic.
Cool gator dance, man. Spawn ranges. Vector 2, spawn range. Okay. By halving the spawn range. Once, you don't have to multiply by 0.5 the other times.
When that dance emote is on Discord, since it's not animated, it just looks like he's giving the big old puppy dog eyes LOL.
Yeah, I can see that. So it had a slightly different implementation here, where it goes from the center instead of going from the sides here. It goes from the center. So basically, we get the range. We do have the half of it. Half of the range, we multiply it by the whatever the multiplier is. So for example, 0.1. Then we have how far we're gonna move from the center. Okay, fair enough. Bam. We can do it like that. So now there should spawn 1/5 the bronze and gold as usual. We're not using a set seed though, so it's gonna vary a bit from time to time. But here we have 70, 70, 100 approximately, and 300 here. So let's do 1, 1, 1, and run it again. And then you see 70, 70, 100 became this. And we can look. It is pretty accurate, 5 times as much. It's a little less than 5 times as much. But that makes sense because the further away you go from the 0 value, the less is gonna spawn. So like it's not. It's a dumbbell shape, this noise map. So yeah, but I do think there should spawn a little less gold than bronze. And silver, a little more bronze than silver. The rarest So now there's only 34 gold instances. Like you have to hit the jackpot to find those. They're like real rarities. So how is it now? Now it is from 8,000 blocks, about 600 are special blocks. So a bit more than 1 in 10. Every time we dig, we spot 5 blocks. So that means every time we dig, we have about 50% chance to find something. Does that make sense? And that might be good. That might be very good, actually. Dig 2 blocks on average to find 1 special block. Or 5, 6. There's 1. But at this point, I think you have to be quite unlucky to go like 10 blocks without finding something. And because of how noise maps work, once you find something, you are likely to find more nearby. Don't tell the players that though. Shh. Secret. Let them struggle. Now I think we have very solid tools now that we can use for tweaking the economy of the game. Like at least the spawn rates, right? And the spawn rates is a big part of the economy. So now we can start testing, and even if we get too many resources, for example, if the amount of blocks we have to dig before we find a special block feels good, then we shouldn't change how many blocks spawn. Then we should change their value or the value of the upgrades instead. So what is important in the first place is that it feels good to look for the resources. It doesn't take like too long. It's not too common. It feels just right. And then we tweak their values. Make sense? Kaboom. Oh, where did that one come from? Did it go like super high or something? Yes, so maybe that is a good spot to wrap it up for today. I don't know. We can make a couple of notes on what we did at the end here. Task overview, daily task log. made new noise map generation. Separate noise map for each ore type. Easy to tweak multipliers for bond ranges. Yes. That goes under mining blocks, I guess. Robbie says hi, Vishni. Let us find someone to raid, I guess. Raid browser. Bom, bom, bom. Grumble of Pugs. He came by yesterday. Let's go say hi to him. He's a very cool dev. Thank you for watching today. And tomorrow we will maybe get the economy just right for wave 1 at least. We'll try. Goodbye.